Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just a reminder to council to please be on the SI&D committee meeting on eScribe so we can get your votes all recorded. I'm going to call the Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committee meeting to order on September 9th, 2025. I will now call on Chris Ferreso, committee clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton. Councillor Going.
Here.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Chair James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Novak. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbenovich. And Councillor Wolf. Present. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Foxton is here. I would like to acknowledge the land on which we gather today as the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinanton peoples. As we move on these lands, may we do so with respect, recognizing the deep cultural and spiritual connections Indigenous people have to this region. Let us commit to learning from Indigenous communities to protect the earth and to ensure our actions today support future generations. We'll now entertain a motion to reconvene into open session. I need a mover, Councillor Gowing, and a seconder, Councillor Salonen, and you'll be prompted in eScribe. Councillor Foxton's a yes. And Councillor Wolf. We're good? Okay, that carries. Item 4, declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any declarations? Councillor Wolf?
I may have to declare a declaration of pecuniary interest if we go beyond the airport for information, if we do a direction or a motion, but otherwise I'm fine.
Perfect, that's noted. Presentations, there are no presentations. Delegations, we will now proceed with delegations as listed on the agenda. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you're called upon to speak. Please press the button on the base of the microphone to turn it on. If the light is green, the microphone is on. For those joining us electronically, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. If you will have 5 minutes to speak, anyone who registered after the deadline will have 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting, interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statement about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. So we will now call on Michael Drucker, Board Chair, Tri-Cities Transport Action Group. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience again, Michael, this afternoon.
All right. Chair James, members of committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Are there slides available? My name is Michael Drucker. I'm here on behalf of the Tri-Cities Transport Action Group and our new campaign, Ionize Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. As you know, TriTag would like to see policy and infrastructure that enables more people to choose to walk, bike, and take public transit to get around our region. Next slide, please. I'm here today to speak in support of building Ion Light Rail all the way to downtown Cambridge. I was in this chamber for the discussions around the Horseshoe that made clear Council's commitment to a phased approach that would see Ion Light Rail built to Cambridge. Now that stage 1 has proven itself, it's time to honor that commitment. As you know, ION has always been about shaping land use first and foremost. That's what we mean when we say building for the future. And in that, rail does the job much better. ION Light Rail, in particular, already has a proven track record of attracting people, jobs, and investment to its corridor. Of course, we absolutely need a strong bus network with rapid transit-like features. But I would suggest that the option to spend billions to build a dedicated bus highway is a lot of money for something that will excite few people. And don't forget the billions to later convert that busway to LRT, plus the disruption. Next slide. The big story of stage 2 so far has been the high cost estimates, which have gone up much further than inflation. And transit costs have generally gone up in the US and Canada. Meanwhile, other developed countries like Italy build full underground automated subways for how much Ontario now spends to build at-grade light rail. Fortunately, there's good research so we can better understand why transit costs have been spiraling out of control in Canada. These projects get treated as mega projects to which no normal approaches apply. The project is bundled into omnibus contracts for an ad hoc consortium with the idea that this makes it efficient or that it shifts risk. Of course, when a line doesn't open on time, it's the government that's blamed. And there's nothing magically efficient in these P3s. On the government side, there's not enough in-house expertise maintained to know what exactly needs to get done, when things aren't getting done right, and to know when things can be optimized. TriTag actually has a Freedom of Information request pending to find out just why the estimates have gone up, but it's being held up for third-party objections. That's part of the problem. Governments should know and be able to share what the costs are and why, but it's hard to do if everything is locked up in opaque and bloated contracts. Next slide, please. We can do better. In fact, we did do better with stage 1, which was one of the last reasonable cost transit projects in Canada, despite it being a P3. There was a strong in-house team doing effective project management and cost optimization. Let's build ION expansion as a pipeline of smaller projects that can be delivered piecemeal so our in-house team can iterate and build expertise so that we can retain them for ongoing expansion. It's a long corridor. Let's open sections incrementally and build momentum while optimizing construction. Maybe the section to Sports World is being tested while electrical to Preston is still being finished. And we need competitive procurement approaches. Perhaps utility relocation is happening all along the line, but multiple local contractors work on different sections, and staff have options if one of the contractors isn't getting it done. Next slide. Let's ask for the same amounts of funding that projects like Here Ontario or Hamilton LRTs have gotten. But let's try to think outside the station box and not spend most of that money on soft costs or on years drawing up a P3 contract just right. I'm sure the upper-level governments and the public would prefer to see us spend that money on construction and pronto. We have a growing region that will work far better if we can continue to build it up around efficient transit that people like to use. Why stop at completing one line? Let's innovate a bit and ask for funding not for a single project, but for a rapid transit program that lets us build as much ION as we can with that funding and actually get it opened in our lifetimes. Next slide.
You have about 1 minute left, Michael.
We urge the region of Waterloo to work to get ION Light Rail extended all the way to downtown Cambridge and then to keep building more ION lines. Thank you for this opportunity, and you can find links to the transit cost studies at our website.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael. We have one question, Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Michael, and for all the work that TriTag has been doing over the last several weeks and months leading up to this conversation. I think the community support and both with TriTag and other organizations in Cambridge is really great to see and really appreciate it. And I'm really intrigued by that notion of a rapid transit program and this notion of continually building momentum and that we're not having decade-long discussions about individual projects. And so I appreciate you highlighting that and looking forward to learning more about it. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all for today, Michael. Thank you for coming in and your continued advocacy again.
Thanks again.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 7, the consent agenda. If
Chair James,
you have any requests, Councillor Hunig?
could I please pull the GRT transit ridership report? I think it's 7.1.2.
Okay, is there anybody else, any No? Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Councillor Gowing, Councillor Nowak. Okay. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, Councillor Hunick, you want to speak to the GRT ridership update?
Yeah, thank you, Chair James. Commissioner Spooner, it's really great to see that the numbers of undelivered trips for Mobility Plus are trending downward. I'm just wondering if you could provide any insight as to if there's geographical differences there, i.e., are there more undelivered trips in Cambridge than in Kitchener-Waterloo, or something like that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, today I don't have information on a geographic breakdown for the undelivered trips. We can try and look at what trips that are not being delivered today. Is there a certain location where it's not happening?
Yeah.
Generally, it's booked on a first come, first served basis. So we wouldn't make any distinction around who's booking the trip and where they're going. It'd just be if we have the trip capacity, we deliver the trip.
Right.
So, but we could look at which ones are not being delivered and report back on that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that report was for information. Oh, Councillor Rodriguez, did you have, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And through the chair, since it was pulled, I'll ask a question. So I'm wondering for a future report if we can get a little bit more information, perhaps on general trends on not every route or the whole network, but I'm really interested in understanding if we're seeing growth on certain non-student routes or how it's all factoring in. I think in the past there might have been a row of like the 3 top performing routes, and I don't know if that was in this one. So again, we don't need a route by route, but some level of understanding of how different investments are paying off and where some of the pinch points are to feed into our budget discussions. That'd be great if possible.
Commissioner Spinner.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Rodriguez, I think it's a really good point and good note that we had removed the top 5 and low 5 performing routes. I think that gave a bit of a skewed picture because we obviously run more service on some of those routes than we do on others, and that straight ridership number wasn't the best one. We've been talking about how to improve this quarterly report, and a kind of second page that does a bit of a route by route is one of the things we're looking at. So I don't know if we'll have that ready for the next one, but that is coming. So thank you. Good
Perfect,
suggestion.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is all for the consent agenda. That was for information. We are going to move to the regular agenda, item 8.1, and that is the Stage 2 ION initial business case preliminary results. I'm going to call upon Matthew O'Neill, Manager, Rapid Transit Coordination, to provide the presentation, and this is for information.
Hello. Through you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of Council. I am very excited and I feel privileged to be here today to present the initial business case results for Rapid Transit to Cambridge. Next. We made a promise to the community to bring Rapid Transit to Cambridge, and right now we have the information and the data to back up our commitment and show you that this is an investment in our community worth making. The IBC supports Council in making decisions about the route length and vehicle type for expanding rapid transit. The IBC looks at the benefits and costs of different options for rapid transit. It compares ridership, capital costs, operating and maintenance costs, economic benefits, benefit cost ratios, and strategic benefits. Next. So why build rapid transit? This project is transformational. It is one of the few tools municipalities have to make transformational change, to build on what is great about our community and make it even better. So much of what we do is only incremental. We're at a crossroads. We get to decide what kind of community we want to have, how it's going to look, and how we want to evolve. The region of Waterloo is growing, and we're creating a system to attract more people to ride transit. We know the existing Route 302 Ion bus will not meet the needs of the community into the future. Some form of rapid transit will be needed. Extending rapid transit to Cambridge builds on the success of Stage 1 Ion, which led to more than $5 billion in investment along the Central Transit Corridor. Rapid transit shapes growth, connects community, and moves people. Next. So here are the options that we considered in the IBC. We looked at full LRT service from Fairway Station all the way to downtown Cambridge, creating one continuous LRT route. We also looked at some partial LRT services. So shortened LRT routes were combined with express bus beyond for the remainder of the route. I'll show you what a map looks like in a moment. So LRT from Fairway Station to Pine Bush Station, LRT from Fairway to Delta Station, and we also looked at LRT from Preston Station to downtown Cambridge. The final alternative was full BRT service with dedicated and separated lanes for high-frequency, high-capacity buses from Fairway Station to downtown Cambridge. Customers would need to transfer at Fairway Station between buses and trains. Next. Here you have a map showing you the options that we looked at. This indicates what stations the rapid transit system would cover and where the terminals would be and where transfers would need to be made. Next. Here we have ridership. So the IBC forecasts ridership to 2051. It was developed using a travel demand model. Many of the economic, social, and health benefits of rapid transit are based on or derived from the ridership. So total ridership, new riders, vehicle kilometers traveled, and mode share. Full LRT and BRT have the highest daily ridership, as shown on the graph. Full LRT from Fairway to downtown Cambridge has slightly higher ridership than full BRT. That is mainly because of the transfer between bus and train at Fairway. That explains the ridership difference between the two. Next. Here we have the capital costs. Capital costs include construction, vehicles, property, design, project management, testing, and commissioning. This graph shows the capital cost of the different options in today's dollars, 2025 dollars, as well as the escalated cost into future dollars. The escalation refers to the higher cost of building into the future as compared to today due to price increases and inflation. The CapEx, the capital cost estimate, includes contingency for inherent risk, the natural price variability that you experience on projects. Full LRT and BRT would both require construction of 6 new major bridges, grade separations, and elevated sections. LRT cost is $3.1 billion versus $2.2 billion for BRT in today's dollars. The difference mainly is the addition of overhead power system, substations, and track for LRT. Next. The operations and maintenance costs. So operations and maintenance costs include vehicle and system operations, vehicle maintenance, civil and track maintenance, administration and management. Shorter alternatives have lower annual costs. Full BRT costs $16.4 million annually versus $23.8 million annually for full LRT. Next. Here we have the benefits. This is the good stuff. The IBC focuses primarily on benefits of rapid transit in 2 primary areas, so economic benefits and strategic benefits. The IBC does include a financial case as well as a deliverability and operations case, but this is the main emphasis of an IBC. So in terms of economic benefits are the overall benefits to the broader Waterloo region community of the different options. These benefits are monetized, meaning converted to dollar values, using standard rates according to how business casing is done in the guidance. The strategic benefits are how is the investment going to achieve the region's goals and shape a positive future. These are benefits not directly related to ridership, like what does the community look like and feel like, quality of life, service delivery, and more. These benefits are not expressed in monetary terms, not expressed as a dollar value. Next. The economic benefits evaluated for the 5 options include growth in transit ridership and transit mode share, travel time savings for new and existing transit riders, improvements to transit reliability, reduction in kilometers traveled by personal vehicle, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and reduction in traffic congestion compared to a future without rapid transit. General health benefits are derived from having cleaner air and more walking and biking to transit. Next. The economic case evaluates the benefits to existing transit users, new transit users, as well as road users. It assesses the benefits to broader society through reduced greenhouse gas emissions, reduced vehicle collisions, and improved local air quality. Existing and new transit users both benefit from rapid transit through reduced travel times. New users who are switching to transit also benefit from savings on the cost of vehicle ownership and operation. Other road users benefit from rapid transit due to reduced congestion on roads. Full LRT has the highest economic benefit by delivering the greatest travel time savings, the highest emissions and air quality savings, and the greatest reduction in congestion. Partial LRT routes from Fairway to Pine Bush and from Preston to downtown Cambridge have the lowest economic benefit. Next. Benefit cost ratios. This is something that every business case includes, and we have also included, of course. So monetized economic benefits are compared to capital and operating costs through a benefit cost ratio, or BCR. A BCR reduces the economic benefits and costs down to a single value to help compare different options. A BCR only considers monetized economic benefits. It does not consider all project benefits or the strategic goals of rapid transit. Full LRT has the highest economic benefits. Full BRT has the highest BCR due to lower capital costs compared to full LRT. Partial LRT routes don't have a strong BCR. Next. So strategic goals. What are we trying to accomplish with this project? The IBC strategic case evaluates the 5 options against the strategic goals for rapid transit: to shape growth, connect communities, and to move people. This is what we want to achieve with rapid transit. We want to build sustainable and healthy communities. We want to increase opportunities for transit-oriented development, to concentrate growth along the Central Transit Corridor, to strengthen the connection between Cambridge and the rest of Waterloo region, to increase access to housing and employment opportunities, to increase access to rapid transit for more people, to support the goals of the GRT business plan and improve travel times, reliability, and ease of use for transit users. Next. So in terms of shaping growth, this is the evaluation. Both LRT and BRT can encourage development and influence land use around stations, generating further economic benefits, which in turn generates more transit ridership. The extent of development attracted by LRT and BRT depends on various factors, including local context and developer perception. Shortened LRT options that end at Pine Bush and Delta miss out on opportunities to attract development to downtown Cambridge. Delta Station has limited potential for new development around that station and limited room for a transit terminal. Next. Partial LRT routes do not achieve the strategic goals of connecting the urban centers in Waterloo and Kitchener to Cambridge. Partial LRT routes that end at Pine Bush and Delta don't connect to high employment and housing in downtown Cambridge. Cambridge residents would miss out on important housing and employment opportunities. Next. In terms of moving people, partial LRT routes miss out on important potential for existing and future transit ridership. Partial LRT from Preston to downtown Cambridge would require multiple transfers for riders traveling to Kitchener, increasing travel times and reducing ease of use. Only full LRT achieves the original vision of a seamless connection from Waterloo to Kitchener to Cambridge. BRT would require a transfer at Fairway Station. Next. So here we have a chart. This illustrates the number of transfers required for an example journey from Southeast Cambridge to Waterloo. Full LRT creates the continuous connection from downtown Cambridge all the way to Waterloo. Next. So what does this all mean? LRT has a higher cost to build and operate. but delivers the greatest economic benefits to Waterloo Region and achieves the strategic goals of rapid transit. BRT has lower costs than LRT, but delivers less economic benefit and achieves many, but not all, of the project's strategic goals. The partial LRT option falls short of the economic benefits and fail to achieve the project's strategic goals, unlike the full-length options. They miss the potential to shape development and miss important connections to employment and housing areas. They don't have a continuous connection from Waterloo to Kitchener to Cambridge, and they leave residents near downtown Cambridge without direct access to rapid transit or require multiple transfers. Next. We've been doing a lot of public outreach to inform residents and get their feedback. We've already received over 900 survey responses on Engage Waterloo Region, a really good turnout. There are more sessions planned, and an Ipsos survey is rolling out soon. We have an in-person event tomorrow night in downtown Cambridge, which I'm really excited to be at and talk to people. Next. From now until November, outreach continues, and we'll be talking about these initial results. Then in November, we'll make a recommendation to council on how to move the project forward. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to just turn it over to Acting Commissioner Spooner before we get to questions from council.
Yep, just a quick thank you to the Rapid Transit team, Matthew, for your great presentation and ongoing engagement, and Gord Ryan here with his team on keeping us running on stage one pretty well as well. Council, we made a promise to the community to bring rapid transit to Cambridge, and with this information and data to back up that commitment, I believe it's an investment worth making. You've just heard about the benefits and costs of different options for rapid transit, comparing ridership, capital costs, operating costs, economic benefits, and strategic benefits. Council, is a bit of my interpretation of these results for what I can read. There are really two strong options here, a full-length LRT and a full-length BRT. You may also be interested in the LRT that terminates at Delta. I have significant concerns with that one, if thinking about where we would put a bus terminal in that area, but also making people transfer for that short kind of end of the journey from Delta to Ainslie. But that's not my recommendation today. As you know, we'll be back in November with a recommendation based on this data, but also feedback from the community. You've heard this before, but this project is transformational. So much of what we do around this horseshoe is incremental, trying to make people's lives better, one quick change at a time. And this is one of the few tools that we have to make transformational change in how our community looks and how we move through it. We're at a crossroads, and we, all of us, need to decide what kind of community we want to live in and how we want it to evolve. So it's critical that the recommendation that I will make to you in November includes the data you've seen today, along with the results of public consultation. It should be a recommendation from all of us, all of the residents of Waterloo Region. As Matthew has reminded you, that consultation is ongoing. For the list of events, you can visit engagewr.ca/stage2ion or Google it. We are also inviting you, Council, and also our area municipal partner councils to join us at those sessions. So feel free to share the email that I shared with you in mid-August with your area municipal councils, but we'd welcome you at those events. A quick update on that engagement that the team shared with me this morning. On the Engage WR survey, we've already had over 1,000 survey submissions, with over half of those coming from the city of Cambridge. So encouraged by that, we've still got the Ipsos survey and all the in-person events, so please, we want everybody to come and tell us what they think. And finally, Council, November for us is about next steps. So we will make a recommendation, but we will also talk about how we staff up, how we accelerate the project, how we seek funding from our provincial and federal partners, and how we keep moving towards procurement, construction, and most importantly, an opening day. I hope you can sense from Matthew and myself extreme excitement today, but we're looking forward to any questions and some good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a queue here. So Councillor Salonen, you're first.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for bringing forward the initial business case. This is pretty exciting. I am going to jump right into finances and area ratedness, in particular, looking at how this next phase for the environmental assessment, the roughly 1.5 million, is going to be funded through the Regional Transportation Master Plan Reserve Fund and the Development Charges Reserve Fund. How are we assuring that no township property taxes went into that element of either of these reserve funds and that no township DCs went into these reserve funds that are then in turn being utilized for funding this.
Do you have that one?
So through the chair, that's not how we fund our capital programs. We don't use area rating for all the various elements like that. It's done based on the analysis that's done to calculate what's required in those reserves. And then we go through a capital budgeting process where we identify the projects that we want to fund from those reserves.
So then this takes me back to the question I've been asking from the start is this area rated and are the townships paying for the ION? This to me is completely directly related to the ION, but this omission through how we do our reserves and our capital funding, I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying that is now contrary to what I have been informed of throughout this whole process, that the townships will not be paying for this. So how are we gonna make this square round?
Yeah, so let's work through area rating a little bit. As a reminder, area rating is any service that operates outside of the 3 cities. The moment that it hits that border, the operating costs for that service are then area rated to the townships. It's a good question about the capital program. I know there was a specific area rating element in stage 1, which is why when we look at the regional contribution that is made across the 3 cities, you know, Councillor Salonen, I think I'd like to take that one away and look at when we move through the planning phase, along with how we moved through the planning phase of stage 1. You know, Commissioner Steffler's correct when we look at the program broadly. I don't area rate capital works in the townships for transit. Obviously, this is a larger ticket item than some bus pads. So I'd like to take that away and have a look at just how much of that initial contribution is from. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. If we get full funding for Phase 2 LRT, that won't be an issue about area rating, but that's another thing. Commissioner Spitter, there seems to be a slight perception in the community that LRT Phase 1 is more sustainable than LRT Phase 2, given the higher volume of students in Kitchener-Waterloo area. Can you speak to this? Is this true? Are there other sustaining factors?
Through your chair, Councillor Hunick, thank you for the question. I'll have a quick giggle because the model does not identify for Matthew and I the demographic information of the 20,000 people estimated to ride if we are successful in either a BRT or LRT scenario here. What I will tell you is from the GRT business plan, the team has made significant efforts to diversify our ridership. There's a really easy reason why our post-secondary students like to ride transit, and it's included in their university tuition. And so it's a very easy next step to get on it. As we've shared with you in the report earlier today, we've made some inroads into a high school program looking at providing service there. As you know, we maintain a TravelWise program that we work with employers, and that offers a 15% discount there. But what we shared through the GRT business plan was efforts to diversify ridership so that we don't find ourselves in a situation like we do today where the federal government makes a decision related to international students and we take a ridership dip. So it's actually the underpinning of the GRT business plan to make sure that we have diversified ridership, and I would anticipate that continues through Cambridge. When we had significant increases in student populations, a lot of the service we actually added was from Cambridge, coming up into the college. And so, you know, I would say I believe that the uptick in ridership that we see is spread out across, you know, multiple demographic groups, be it student, people going to work, and people doing other trips. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
First, I always have to mention that Matthew was a student of mine in grade 8, and I obviously did a great job.
Some good teaching.
Yes. Anyway, I also want to say how excited I am about this initial business case and the fact that it definitely says that LRT is the way to go. The full program. And I've been looking a lot at BRT versus LRT. So we know capacity, LRT carries significantly more passengers than a bus. You've talked about the economic impact and private investment and development along its corridors. Businesses see it as a permanent spot as opposed to a bus. And we've definitely seen that in Waterloo and Kitchener, where they've seen $5 billion worth of investment. You talked about the environmental benefits, basically electric versus diesel or hybrid. And for accessibility and comfort, we had a very good video provided by Holden Sisek, where he showed how with level boarding and the room on the LRT for motorized mobile devices was there. And apparently it's also a smoother ride on the LRT. I have one more question, and that is, in terms of road allowance, which would require greater, BRT or LRT?
So through you, Chair, for our purposes, they're the same. At this point, at this level, the overall width is almost identical.
Though BRT would be slightly greater, right? 2 buses as opposed to 2 trains and tracks?
So the vehicles are about the same width. The lanes you need are about the same width. So there is maybe a slight difference because a bus doesn't run on rails. But I would say technically there's maybe a slight difference. But at this level, for the design level that we have, for the costing, for an IBC, for all intents and purposes, you can consider them to be the same width.
Okay. And I just wanted to stress that for us to get the LRT, that we need everybody's voice. We need to show the region, the province, and the country that Cambridge is ready to grow, and we're ready for LRT. And tomorrow night, there's the first, well, I don't know if it's the first, but a workshop at Queen Square Library in Cambridge. And that runs from 4:30 to 7. And I hope I'll see many people there.
Excellent. Thanks for that public service announcement, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Rodriguez, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Very exciting report today. A couple questions on just next steps and when future conversations will happen. To pick up on something that one of the delegates spoke to around construction and how this actually gets built. Presumably that would impact, any, tender that went out for construction. Is that a conversation that happens at council in November, or is there something, post IBC once we have funding in, then we're talking about, next steps and sort of formal approval of things? If you could thread that needle for me.
Sure, through you, Chair. So it sounds like you're asking about procurement, the bidding, the contract, and all of that.
The construction and when do we talk about is it all being built in one, one shot, opening in 1 year? Okay. Is it?
Sure. So the short answer to that is that will come. I think we're very focused on the next major step, which is going to be asking for full funding from our, federal and provincial funding partners. It will also be, the pre-construction phase with a lot of design work and field investigations. We will definitely need to consider, a construction strategy, a procurement strategy, how to contract the work. We're not quite there yet, but that will definitely be a step that we take, and that will be done sort of hand in hand with council, considering, all the variables and all the trade-offs and considerations along the way.
Perfect, and that's great. And to pick up perhaps on something that Councillor Wolf mentioned, is in terms of the power source of the vehicles, does the electric nature of LRT factor into its scoring, in terms of perhaps more of the strategic goals of some of our climate objectives versus a bus that may or may not be electric, or even if it is electric, still has batteries and still would need to charge and perhaps less desirable than we already have an electric, a transit line, which is great. So is that part of the equation?
Through you, Chair, I would say the vast majority of the benefits that we get from a rapid transit system come from getting people onto transit. So whether that's diesel or hybrid or full electric, There's still a benefit to, having battery electric buses, but the vast majority of the benefits, so environmental benefits, health benefits, land use benefits, economic benefits come from getting people onto transit. So that would be priority number one. So BRT can be battery electric. So for this, we've done a like-for-like comparison. So this has assumed in the costing and in the analysis, it's been assumed that it's battery electric bus.
Oh, that's really cool. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and to you, Chair. Getting on to several questions. So the cost of this, we are going to go to the provincial government asking for funding. And if we don't get the full amount, will we look at doing partials? So partial funding, partial community tax base.
Through you, Chair, it's a really good question and one we are thinking about a lot, obviously. It's the big $4 billion question in the room. A program was recently announced by the federal government. We are participating in it. We're just about to put our application in. This is called the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund. It issues about $3 billion a year over 10 years, so $30 billion in total across the country. And so we are working on a metro region agreement submission. It'll go in along with our partners in this province, but this is a prioritized project in there. I think if we don't get full funding, I'd think a little bit about what TriTag had presented, what Councillor Rodriguez had just asked about. We're seeking full funding and whatever corridor or program that we choose in November, but we can build it incrementally. So if we get partial funding, could we build it in increments? Absolutely we can. That may become a construction strategy anyway. But the way that the funding is set up, it makes sense for us to go after the entire project funding in the moment when the federal government is asking where they should invest. We've got a nation building project here. It'll be shovel ready by the time they're ready to fund it. And so that will be my push, is to get that full funding amount.
And for clarification, will the townships be paying for part of the LRT?
I'm going to watch as I answer this one, because Councillor Salonen caught me in a planning issue today. So today, again, how it works is the operations are area rated. I do need to check back on the capital program just to make sure that there aren't planning activities that are funded out of our shared tax base.
So when you said area rated, so if you bring the new transit system to the townships, will we be included in the LRT?
So the way that we've spoken about that, and I haven't brought that back yet, that'll come back as part of budget, is to continue with an area rating. It will be a challenge as we look to grow transit in the townships, because it will mean that any additional hours of service will be borne by taxpayers in the townships, and so you kind of lose that mass tax base that we have, but that's been the plan ongoing, is not to change anything related to area rating. I don't have that recommendation in front of me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks very much. Through you, Chair, thanks for the report and the presentation. Of course, very exciting opportunities in front of us. I'm just curious about a couple of things. Why is it that I know Cambridge enough, but not well enough to know why the Delta station has limited development opportunities? What's kind of different about that particularly?
Through you, Chair, that's a great question. So as part of when we were doing the regional official plan update previously, when it was last completed, part of an analysis that the region had done is, are we able to reach provincially specified, are we able to reach target densities around in all of the major transit station areas, the MTSAs? And as part of the analysis, what the region found was the Delta station has constraints in the immediate vicinity. So there are low density sort of single family homes, like a stable neighborhood in the immediate area within the major transit station area. So like roughly a 5 to 10 minute walk from the station. There are some existing large businesses, BWXT being one of them. And then we have a railway corridor and a major grade separation. So some of those constraints physically preclude the likelihood of getting development in that area. So what we found is we probably wouldn't be able to reach target densities within the a 5 minute walk of that station.
Okay, thanks for that. That's helpful. I'm also curious, because I didn't see it in the report, or if it was there, I missed it. What is the estimated travel time from if you started at the Conestoga Mall in Waterloo and went to the proposed Cambridge downtown station? Do we know that yet?
So for the stage 2 section alone would be about 30 minutes. from between Fairway and downtown Cambridge. And so when you combine that, about 75 minutes total.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful to know as well. And I know you had the ridership projections. I'm just curious, and if you could, like, I wasn't here when the LRT Stage 1 was put through. Are those comparable ridership projections to LRT Stage 1?
So through you, Chair, the ridership that we projected in 2051 for Cambridge is I would say on the order of sort of what we're seeing, the sort of the max ridership we've had on Stage 1 LRT. So yeah, it's definitely sort of there's a good comparison there, I would say.
Okay, because my understanding too is that like the projections that were in place, whatever they were for the Stage 1, we exceeded those despite opening it and then having to face COVID. Is that correct?
I would need to look back at depending on what time period you're looking at in terms of projections, but it's been a huge success. We're on track with our ridership for Stage 1. We're very happy with the ridership we've gotten, and the people riding it, are very happy with it. I'd like to point out that that was the moving people half of the story for Stage 1 Ion. It's been, I would say, I think it's exceeded our expectations in terms of the land use benefits and the shaping growth. It's been a huge success. So I think when taken together, we expect to see similar success in Cambridge.
Okay, thanks. And then just my last question. Assuming that we go all the way, we find the money and we're going to build it out and it's going to be great and it's going from North Waterloo to downtown Cambridge, would we consider having like an express route that just, stops at just, maybe starts at Waterloo, stops at like King and Victoria, and then maybe Fairway? And I don't know if there's another particular place in Cambridge, but more so that it increases that it reduces that 75 minutes timeline. And if we don't know right now, that's okay. I just wonder if that's something that can be considered.
Thanks for the question through you, Chair James. We recall through the GRT business plan that we brought forward earlier this year, we look at the Highway Express, the frequent transit network. So certainly as we develop ION or rapid transit into Cambridge, we continue to enhance and build upon the success of the frequent transit network. And I think the corridors you're speaking about are ones that we would certainly look at over the next decade to implement more service, more frequent service, to make those proper connections that complement the rapid transit system.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, like, could this system, or could it be built so that, it's like when you take the GO train, there's the kind of milk run, as they call it, and the express run. Like, can it be built so it's like I can, at twice a day kind of commuter time, I can get on at 8 o'clock in the morning in Waterloo, and instead of it taking 75 minutes, maybe it takes 40 minutes because it only stops like 3 or 4 times. That's what I mean. And again, we're still in the planning, very much in the planning processes. So if that could just be left as something that to be potentially considered, if it, and built into the system, assuming we agree to go that way.
Yeah,
Commissioner Spooner?
Through you, Chair. I think kind of two pieces, Councillor McCabe. So interpreting the 70 to 75 minute travel time, which sounds like a lot, I'll just tell you, Google Maps tells me if I do that in the afternoon peak, it's about 60 minutes.
If you have to rely on transit, that's a pretty good time.
It's a pretty good time,
Yeah,
and it's
so,
entirely predictable.
I mean,
right?
it's only if you're comparing that to a vehicle. So, yeah, don't undersell yourself.
In terms of the ability to move express trains, having worked on similar programs, kind of two ways to achieve it. At the frequencies we're talking about, I don't think it's possible without passing tracks or pocket tracks to kind of move the vehicle off. But look, I think it's a great idea. If we're talking about a full-length central transit corridor with the ability to move people quicker, I'm interested. So we'll take that away as a bit of a challenge and see if there's something we can come up with.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think I've got more comments than a question, but if you need me to, I'll find a question in my comments. When I was running for mayor 11 years ago, I sat down and talked to Jim Weidman about LRT because it was just coming into play. It had just been approved, and he was a big proponent of it. And the part that sort of twigged with me was he said it's really an economic development tool. And it's worked very well, excuse me, as an economic development tool. And I have always supported it. And I support it going to Cambridge too. That's part of the vision, part of connecting the region. But I want you to also understand a couple of realities. As an economic tool, that's bringing business into the core, which is indeed where we want it and how we want to develop as a region. But the townships aren't benefiting from the taxes that are generated there. The cities are. The region is, and we benefit as a region, but the cities are benefiting from that tax income, if you will. The townships don't. And so two things, when people ask me, do the townships pay for LRT? We don't benefit from LRT the same way the cities do. And I do believe that we pay for it in the sense that dollars that are going into the LRT are not going into the townships. And so I'll go back to Woolwich Township and say, our main street, I've had someone sprain an ankle on our main street, right? So, and that's just one example. So I guess I say to you that we need to really consider all the pieces and how can we be fair to all areas of the township, economically, environmentally, and as we transport people from place to place. Do you need a question?
Nope.
Okay.
You want to respond, though, Commissioner Spooner?
Yeah, Councillor Shantz, first of all, through you, Chair, sorry, most importantly, you've hit on the key piece, which is this is an economic development tool, right? So great ridership, great options for people. I struggle with the notion of, you know, dividing our region into pieces and talking about who's benefiting. When the tax uplift happened from LRT stage 1, you know, taking a single-story low-rise to a tower where obviously generating more taxes, that goes into general fund for the programs that I deliver, and so I deliver them consistently across the region. My biggest surprise coming into this role and across the region is that we haven't actually area-rated mobility. We've only area-rated transit, and so roads, which are majority in the townships, are actually paid for by the cities as well. And so I really struggle with this one because we talk a lot about area rating and how some people pay for some services and other people don't pay, when really, if we wanted a complete picture of mobility and area rating that, there's a big conversation to be had in the area of roads versus transit versus all of the mobility services we provide. So I would hate to, I would actually disagree that we haven't provided that economic benefit back to the townships, and we're actually providing more by nature of not having area rated that full mobility picture.
Yep, you want to respond, and then we'll move to Chair Redmond.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate at the regional level, you know, we all benefit from the area being more prosperous and all of that. So, but I guess where I'm going is there is a benefit to the cities that is not available to the townships. So we support our agricultural land that's taxed at 25%. And we don't get that additional buildup, if you'd like. And we don't want it, but I guess just to say that we need that additional support that we're not getting by virtue of the additional economic growth.
Okay, thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. I'm going to ask you to pardon bad puns here, but we really are standing on a platform of success. And I think when we go to senior levels of government, we can point to phase 1 and how successful that has been. And Matthew, I was going to ask you this, and it may be really unfair, but I don't want anybody listening to this to think that nothing has happened since phase one. There's been a lot of investment in infrastructure. We did a lot of public consultation in choosing the route. And I think this next stage is very, very exciting. I can't help but think of that video that we took last council at the very end when we all said on to Cambridge, and it's happening, and I'm so excited. And I know that the citizens of Cambridge are. It's great to hear that there have been so many people on the Engage page, and I'm sure it's people other than Pam and Doug that are going on to say how much they love this next route. Can you quantify it all? And maybe that's not a fair question, but the percentage of work that's gone into building infrastructure that will accommodate, looking at some land acquisitions, often as little pieces here and there, that have really set us up for all systems go when we're ready to put in our business case and make our case to senior levels of government.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Chair. I would say we have been, we've been looking at rapid transit for 20 years. And I think stage 2 is going to be a real case of like after 20 years, it'll be an overnight success. It's all going to come together. We have been working really diligently to get our ducks in a row with respect to the route and the station locations. So that took a lot of effort and engagement with the public. Really exciting work. We have been protecting for implementation of the projects on our capital program. So you may have seen on King Street in the Sports World Drive area, we have protected a width for rapid transit down the middle. And so we're making sure we're fully coordinated, and then we're protecting and accommodating rapid transit in the future. That includes utility relocations for that project. We have completed some property acquisitions, and that is on a basis of using time sort of to our advantage, so to speak, where it makes sense and where there are strategic properties. We're making good use of any property that we acquire. We're making really the best use of that property, I can tell you that much. As we move forward, I think we've done a lot of the groundwork to make sure we have the right project, the right design, and that we're setting ourselves up for success moving forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. Couple things that came up, and the township mayors have already said my piece on that part. But Councillor McCabe brought a good idea up that I was thinking about earlier, and it's come from citizens that I've been talking to, and it's amazing when you get appointed how many people reach out to you when they know you to put in their 2 cents. For the citizens of Hespeler, for instance, and for the citizens of the townships, are we looking at a rapid bus system to connect them to the ION? Because if we are building it, and I know we try to connect the buses to the system itself, but as Councillor McCabe said, they're not there yet. If we had a rapid system to get them to the ION, that would cut down a lot. I get it's 75 minutes from Waterloo to downtown Cambridge. However, from my house, I have to take a bus to get to the system to get that 75 minutes. So I'm wondering if we've been looking at feeding the system with rapid buses instead of relying on our current system.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair James. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. Many of you recall when we launched ION Stage 1 in 2019, we did a complete network redesign in Kitchener-Waterloo. We implemented a lot of new express routes that were cross-corridor that connected with the ION stations. We've done a network redesign in Cambridge in 2022 or 2023 that really brought the services there in line with a future rapid transit corridor, linking with ION Bus 302 that's there today. So yeah, again, short answer is yes. We would always want to implement the frequent transit network that was part of the business plan, the township service strategy, which was also part of the business plan. All those pieces were really built towards connecting all the areas, frequent, reliable, fast transit to the ION corridor, the rapid transit corridor. Yes.
And then just kind of a second question to that. Specifically in the Preston area, I've been getting a lot of people asking, are they going to do consultations within each core area of the city of Cambridge before this goes through?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So we have an event coming at the Sports World Arena, which is not that far from both Hespeler and Preston. So it depends on we're trying to find locations that are accessible to everybody. It depends on venue availability, but yeah, we have events in a number of locations, drop-in style in-person events.
As long as transit gets there, right?
That's correct. If I may add a little plug for active transportation, I mean, bus connections are key. Most people riding LRT will be making a transfer at some point, and so feeding the system is key. We accommodate bikes and mobility devices on the trains. And so as part of the project, as we progress the design, it'll be looking at the active transportation network so that if you live in Hespeler and you want to bike to LRT and get on the LRT that way, that'll be a viable option for you as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Spooner, can I ask you to speak to the rural transit strategy and how that may connect in reference to Councillor Gowing's question?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Great question. Councillor Gowing, one thing you'll learn about GRT is that we consult ongoing. So if there's concerns that we're not somewhere, let us know. We'll be there. In terms of the township transit strategy, we are just about to make an application to the province, in this case, through the OTIF fund, Ontario Transit Investment Fund. That would be a 5-year funding support, almost like seed funding to get us going on the township strategy. So we've been working really closely with the CAOs of the 4 townships to develop what do those look like. We're starting in slightly different places. We've got some really successful routes in Woolwich and Wilmot, and we're about to get some really successful routes in Wellesley and North Dumfries. Really innovative in how we're going to do that. So we're looking at a combination of cutaways, big buses, small buses, on-demand style, really trying to make it fit and grow that transit culture. So as that comes online, the way to think about that is likely a commingling of what we would call conventional and mobility plus trips. We're not going to see the volumes out of the gate, so we don't need 2 different services running. We need one, and then connecting into the major hubs around the region. So Ainslie Terminal, Boardwalk, those around the edges, so that people from the townships or people from the cities going outbound, which was something we really learned during consultation, can make those connections and make them easily. So it's a big component of that strategy, and I'm hopeful we'll see an increase in 26 or 27. Really, we'll have those discussions in the next few months.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. When we make the decision in November to move ahead, I think what's crucial, and what was crucial in stage 1, was to have put together a political cohort that in fact would approach the provincial and perhaps federal governments directly in terms of getting funding. Because it won't work simply by sending an application off or goodwill or anything else. It needs to have the business community on board within that cohort, the politicians, and moving with the area MPPs. That's how it's got to work. And if we don't do that, it's going to just stutter and stall for a number of years. The other thing, and this is for my friends from the townships that are sitting beside me here, they're concerned about area rating. Well, Cambridge has been area rated since 2014 and has paid all along and is paying now and will pay for the next 10 years, okay? And in 2014, the townships voted against Cambridge being excluded because for whoever knows, but that's just a historical point, okay?
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Erb. Councillor Erb, you're up. Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Commissioner Spooner, the comment about bikes on the LRT tweaked this for me. I know that when I get on the LRT, I can sometimes serve as an obstacle for cyclists. And when cyclists are on an LRT, they can sometimes serve as obstacles for me. And so I'm wondering if we can develop a policy whereby, for example, car 1 and car 3 are for people with bikes, and car 2 and car 4 are for people with mobility devices.
Through your chair, so I know there are other rail properties like Go Transit that actually has bike cars on some of their lines, including the Kitchener line. I'm happy to take a look at it. I'm not sure because we don't have a clear delineation by car at this moment. It's a continuous train. When we get to 2 trains coupled, it might make more sense on that. If you'll allow me to take that one away, I don't have a good sense of it today. Thank you.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To my friend Councillor Shantz and also to Mr. Spooner, Councillor Shantz, I will back the LRT and going to Cambridge, but I also recognize that there are benefits to those cities, and I'm okay with that because we get to keep the beauties of our townships and the way they are. Although I love and encourage development within our townships, I like to maybe control it a little bit too. To Mr. Spooner, without the regional roads through our municipalities, we probably wouldn't have a lot of the problems we already have in our municipalities. For example, Ayr is a major route to the 401, but it also connects Cambridge and other parts to the region as well as to outside of the region. So when we pay collectively for regional roads, it is not because you're supporting the townships, but you're making for a mobile society. And therefore, it is not only beneficial to the townships, but sometimes a hindrance because of the traffic it does cause, but it also is a benefit for moving around everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you to all the staff on this. And I just want to say it's been really good to read the comments from the public in support of this from all over the region who understand the need to connect each other in the community now and into the future. So I look forward to seeing what comes forward in November and how this continues to progress. Okay, so that report was for information. We will now move on to item 8.1.2, PDL, the Airport Growth Plan update. I am going to call on Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, to introduce the report, and this is for information as well.
Thank you very much, Chair James. Today we're introducing a draft of a new growth plan for the airport. Council will recall that back in 2017 it approved the current master plan that has been guiding growth over the last 5, 6, 7 years since that time. We've made a lot of improvements at the airport. We've changed the operating framework for the airport. We've got new air service. We've seen a lot of private sector investment by companies that are creating great jobs and delivering value in the aeronautics and aerospace sectors at YKF. And the airport has become the center of an aerospace economy that is growing quickly in the Waterloo region. This plan introduces a number of changes, very interesting changes that will help guide the vision for the airport over the next 10, 20 years. We've got Chris Wood, who's the director of the airport, and Jordan Vanderveen here to walk you through the nuts and bolts of the process. We are not asking for a council decision at this point. What we are simply doing here is launching a public engagement process. I understand from our comms team that our Engage WR page is up and running right now, so citizens can log on to that and start reviewing the information and providing feedback. Our plan is to come back to council early in the new year, assemble the information, the feedback that we've taken from citizens, from stakeholder groups, community organizations, and so on, over the next couple of months, assemble them into a final draft for discussion with council and hopefully ratification sometime early in the new year, January or February. So with that, I'll hand it over to Chris Wood and Jordan to walk us through some of the changes that have been introduced in this draft.
Thanks, Rob. Jordan's going to back me up from back there, I think. I do want to say before we begin that Jordan really was the author of this document, and I want to thank him and Hillary from our comms team and the airport team for what has been a few years of really hard work and in a changing environment. So we think we really have a good plan here now to present today. I also want to say I did this presentation this morning for the Waterloo Women's Probus Club, and they endorsed it unanimously. So I'll just say that it's been dry run already this morning. And it is the 75th anniversary of the airport, as you know, and we're very proud to be celebrating that this year. So maybe the next slide, please. So the purpose of today is really to highlight the key themes of the refreshed 2025 plan. As Rod mentioned, the last plan was a 20-year plan published in 2017, and it is already out of date. We did achieve a lot of milestones in that plan, but this was a really good refresher. The word pandemic did not exist in the last plan, so we had to navigate that as well. And as Rod mentioned, we also want to launch phase 2 of the public engagement as well. So next slide. So why do the update now? Well, we've had significant growth since 2017, and the current plan is outdated. Industry has changed. As I mentioned, the pandemic changed things, some for the good, some for not so good. The onset of low-cost carriers in Canada is now realized. We spent a lot of years talking about when the low-cost carriers start. Well, they have started. Some have failed. Some are still here. Flair Airlines remains the last low-cost carrier flying in Canada. We have the opportunity to connect with community and stakeholders. Always a good thing to talk to our community, our users, our business community, and passengers. And we have some fresh polling data that we've just received today. And the airport is looked at in good stead. 92% of the community understands there is an airport in the community, which is really great to hear. And it's a most favorable rating of the airport as well. But we also want to ensure that the development continues to be aligned with our priorities, both from a regional priority and the industry, and what the public wants from the airport. So what is involved? Well, we did a bunch of technical studies. So we've done an economic impact study, which I'll touch on a little bit. We've done a leakage study. We've done other things like natural heritage management plan and others, a decarbonization study, and we're about to start the consultation, and as Rod mentioned, bring it back for your consideration in early 2026. So next slide. And this really gets to the why would we do this? What's the opportunity? You know, I really liked Matthew's presentation prior to this and talking about, LRT as an economic development tool. Well, I think the airport can be looked at the same way, as an economic impact tool. And we studied this. We looked at 2023 data, and it has, grown exponentially since the last economic impact study that we did. 44 businesses are operating at the airport with 660 employees and a total economic output of $390 million, which is really, really massive growth since the last study was done, I believe in 2015. The aviation and aerospace industry, not only at the airport, but in the community, is growing. And YKF is growing as a hub. A number of local, national, international tenants, and more to come. There will be some good news coming in the near future about more development at the airport and a lot more high-paying, great jobs being set at our local airport. But really, there's nothing like passenger growth to help the budgets work. And to answer the question of why would we do this, if you drew a 40-kilometer circle around the airport, there are 3.4 million trips every year from within that circle. That circle goes down, I think, just about to Paris, over to almost to Hamilton, and covers the most of the region, and halfway to Pearson. 3.4 million trips. Almost 80% of those trips are being taken to and from Toronto Pearson. We're at 13%, which is great. We used to be at 4%. When we had one flight a day, we were at 4% of the market. Flights that are offered from our airport, the more the residents will use it, and that's been proven. So there's a tremendous opportunity. Millions and millions of people leave our region every year to go get on an airplane at another airport. We believe that they should be able to get on that airplane here at this airport. Next slide. So in phase one, we talked to a lot of people. We had a lot of consultation, and these are the words that went to the top. Easy to use, close to home, friendly service, and we improve the journey. We see it every day. We see people, very, very happy with the airport, that love the airport, that won't travel without that airport. I've had one lady tell me she won't fly to Vancouver anymore because Flair's not flying there this winter. So, okay. It's a key for residents to unlock personal experiences. We've heard numerous people talk about they wouldn't have been able to go to a wedding or to visit their aunt if Flair wasn't there and offering, affordable fares to do that. And a strategic opportunity for the regional economy. I think we talked about the $390 million in economic output in 2023. Next slide. So for those who were around when we had one flight a day to Calgary with WestJet, we peaked about 77,000 passengers a year. 2024, we hit 500,000, 523,000 passengers. And this year we will hit about 425,000. At the end of July, we were at 274, and I got the August numbers yesterday. We are at 330,000 at the end of August. So I am very confident we will hit 425,000 this year. Third best year ever, although it is a decline of about 100,000, and that's really due to, all airlines have experienced a decreased demand to the United States, and Flair's response to that was to remove those services for the winters. This plan looks at a conservative projection of about 5% per year. Pearson is getting more and more constrained. Pearson is pretty close to getting back to pre-COVID numbers at about 50 million passengers at Pearson. They are also going on a very aggressive 10-year capital expansion of $10 billion, which will cause a lot of congestion and issues for them. And we believe that Pearson's ultimate capacity is about 65 million passengers. So they are going to spend $10 billion in order to grow 15 million passengers. Our development remains trigger-based. We will not build it and they will come. We will build it when they come, which served us very well during the last growth plan and got us really ready when Flair made the decision to come to our airport. We were ready to build, and we spent the time building, and the rest is history of what we have today at the airport. Next slide. We're paying attention to the 1 million ready. We believe the time to prepare for that growth is now, and we want to, keep the airport on top of mind and grow critical infrastructure like the airport that will support that growth. It doesn't have to be just a hub for aircraft. It can be bus, train. The GO station potentially is a couple kilometers north. There's a potential, to have LRT connect to a brand new terminal, things like that. We've been experimenting with GRT to some limited success, but we believe as more and more people use the airport and people know about it, that it'll be used. Just in time, we talked about build it when they come. We also are looking at environmental protections. We want to do our part. We want to look at habitat. We want to look at any decarbonization strategies. There is a chapter in the plan just regarding that. It's the first time we've really put some goals on paper. We are committed. We are part of the carbon accreditation of airports in Canada as well, and are committed to that process. We talked about being a driver for aviation aerospace sector development. There are a lot of companies in Waterloo region, and the airport is at the center of that. We also want to compete or manage conflict with competing land uses. You know, we look around the skyline now of Kitchener and Waterloo and see cranes and high buildings being built. Well, those high buildings can impact the airport, and we want to make sure that we can all respect that and all we can all work together and make sure that we get the best of both, have a thriving airport as well as the homes that we need. So the next slide, please. So the key actions for this plan really is around the planning and prep work for a brand new greenfield terminal building. That terminal building would be located on the opposite side from where it is today, the north side of the airport, the north side of the main runway. I do have a drawing here, the next slide, that will show you. Runway extensions, both runways extended. 1432 is our smaller runway. It is designed, ready to go. We're looking for funding for that from other levels of government. Cluster development for the aerospace and aviation. My colleague Matthew Cheney's team is working very hard on trying to bring those opportunities for us and to talk to the companies that are already working in that field in the community. We're planning for transportation connectivity, I mentioned, and sustainable initiatives. We're about to report on an Indigenous landscape project that's very important. I'm 50 plus years old. The airport's been there 75 years, but we have a history going back 8,000 years that land has been used for, which is really hard to comprehend and pretty exciting to see that. And we want to tell that story, and we want to help tell that story. I mentioned the decarbonization action plan. It also has some real goals of electrifying our fleet, talking about future buildings and how they'll be net zero and things like that, and also helping our tenants to decarbonize. And it also, the first phase is really to look at the inventory of what we're doing and what we're causing and where our opportunities are to make some improvements. And also a natural heritage management plan. We want to take care of the natural heritage at the airport, the wetlands. We have a stream or a drain running through the airport and some forested areas as well. And our updating of our airport zoning regulations. We are really leading the country. We're on a team with Vancouver, Pearson, and us that are really looking at the future of airport zoning, and we believe we're very close to getting an agreement with Transport Canada to start to do that work. And the next slide. So next slide is, the map one? Back one, yeah. So this is really a map of where all those features would be located. You can see the red dot in the middle would be a location of a new terminal building. That went through a significant process in order to score all the appropriate locations, and that one won hands down for a number of reasons. But we have some new development areas, the natural heritage management, Indigenous landscaping area. It shows the property line, and then woodlands and wetlands are also shown on there. And the last slide. So the next step. We will be now completing a long-term financial analysis. We pretty much understand the expense side. but we really want to look at what the revenue side looks like as we grow. We will start the consultation immediately. As Rod mentioned, the Engage Waterloo Region page is now up and running. We'll be talking to tenants, industry, the community at large, and we will be back in early 2026 with all of that information compiled. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions or.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris and team. I do have a few questions. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Congratulations on the 75th anniversary, and thanks for all the work you've done. You've been, I don't know how long you've been managing it, but we've come a long way in the last 75 years, in the last 10 years. And so thank you for that. I love flying out of YKF. I wish I could do it more often. It's just, I think everyone who flies out of there feels good about it, has positive comments. And so I think that's a real boon for the township, and you can be really proud of the work you've done. I wonder, because I was just sort of commiserating with my seatmate here. I think if I recall correctly, the original airport was sort of on Lexington Road. Is that correct? Can you just give us like a really Reader's Digest version of the history a little bit?
Sure. 1929, the airport was located on Lexington Road. It's now half subdivision and half baseball diamond. There is a plaque there, actually up in Waterloo, to commemorate that was the first site. We did have an event in the summer, and someone told me there was another airport in the region where the Dare factory is now, I think, is it off the expressway? I wasn't aware of that one. So whether it was just a grass strip or something, I wasn't aware. But this airport was built in 1950, it's still there today. So.
Thank you, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I know that I asked a similar question and closed, but I just want it to be public and asking when this information comes back for a decision point, can the fiscal implications please have both a financial plan forecast going forward for the impacts on the budget, as well as potential offsetting of costs or recuperation from costs, if that could be included, please?
Yeah, for sure. That will be what we'll be doing for the next few months, working on the financial side of it.
Fantastic. And one other question. I don't know if we've ever considered it, but I know some smaller airports in the U.S. are starting to find it to be a thriving and worthwhile market to enter into. But have we considered any clients who are semi-private, who do like chartered small private planes? Have we considered looking into that market as a way to expand who's flying in and out of our airport? And is that an area of opportunity?
For sure. So we're already one of the biggest airports doing that. There are at least 20 jets based at the airport for that purpose alone. Some corporate based, but some are also available for charter. And we're actually very, very busy. That's a very busy part of the airport already.
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations on 75 years. I will say
I
that.
can't take credit. I wasn't here 75 years ago.
You helped to bring it to where we are today, you and the team. It always feels like I'm leaving a Caribbean island or coming back to one, just the way the airport is and that smaller feel, but doing great work. I also want to recognize, too, the artwork that was recently installed in the airport and what that does just for the vibrancy and really paying homage to the Indigenous culture and history and presence here. So thank you, and thanks for the report. Looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we are now moving on to where are we now? Okay, item 8.2, Municipal Speed Camera Program, mid-year update. I'm going to call on Acting Commissioner Spooner to introduce the report. This report is for information also.
Thank you, Chair. Council, we're very excited to share some early data from the Municipal Speed Camera Program today. We've got approximately a 10-minute quick presentation and then obviously some questions and discussion. If we can get that pulled up, please. And I think flip me onto the second slide if you could. As that comes up, a quick refresher on why we're here today. Following a successful private pilot program, Council, you directed regional staff to protect all school zones across the region of Waterloo with speed camera technology to slow down vehicles and make roads safer for everyone. Speed cameras remain a widely used evidence-based tool to reduce vehicle speed all around the world. Our expanded program began on February 3rd of this year, and so the report is an opportunity for us to share early data from the first 6 months of the program. Next slide, please. To be a bit more explicit and the worst part of my job, here is the important stats that highlight why we are doing this program, which comes to us by way of the World Health Organization. Someone hit by a vehicle going 50 kilometers an hour has an 85% chance of dying. If we lower that speed to 30 kilometers an hour, we see that chance of dying reduced to 10%. Slower is safer. And when we're talking about people in our community walking, biking, rolling, waiting for the bus, scootering to school or work, this program helps keep residents safer, and it's about prevention. Next slide, please. We're also following along with recent studies released by the Toronto Metropolitan University, Sick Kids Hospital, as well as the Canadian Automobile Association. And it's great to see that speed cameras are also working in other communities and that it's having a positive impact on people's lives. And we now know that the vast majority of people in our province believe that cameras deter speeding. Happy to share these studies if anybody is interested. Next slide, please. Council, the next two slides show the current places where we have cameras in effect, 17 total sites. You will see every community in the region is involved. It includes public schools, Catholic schools, private and parochial schools. If we flip to the next one. And you'll also see the map there. We published this map online. So residents can see existing cameras as well as coming soon cameras. Next slide, please. So what we came in for today, the key findings so far. Number one, overall, speed cameras are having their intended effect in Waterloo region. We are seeing more people driving the speed limit in school zones. A big thank you to the community on this. You are helping to make our streets safer for the most vulnerable residents as they go to school, work, and move around their neighborhoods. Next, more people are becoming aware of the program all the time, and we see that in a low rate of repeat tickets and a high rate of people paying those tickets within the allotted time. It seems to be from the early data that one ticket is enough. But in the early days, we are still seeing excessive speeding in all cities and townships at all times of day and at all days of the week. You can see here we've had over 1,500 cases of stunt driving. That means cars going 40 kilometers or more over the posted speed limit in a school zone. I'm joined today by Teresa Mendler, who runs this program for us, and Kaylee Pfaff, who works on the APP side. They're going to walk you through some of the key data, and all three of us are available for questions. Teresa, over to you.
Thanks. Next slide. So this first slide that I'm presenting on is a look at speed limit compliance percentage across all school sites by month and broken down by time of day. Speed limit compliance is measured as drivers obeying the posted speed limit. We are seeing an average of 57% compliance across all 17 school zones. It is important to note that it's still very early in our program and school camera rollout. These are average results, but you can start to see a positive trend towards more speed compliance. In the appendix of today's report, we have included camera-by-camera data on speed limit compliance, as well as the number of speeding incidents captured by the camera system at each school and the total ticket numbers issued by regional staff. As you look at each school's data, you'll see that compliance at each site varies. This is based on many factors, and it's something that we'll continue to watch as driver habits continue to change. Next slide. So we know that there are approximately 1 million trips taken by vehicles each day across Waterloo region. With that in mind, other key findings include that there have been 2 million incidents of speeding captured by the camera system since our February go live, Out of these 2 million speeding incidents, the program has issued 55,899 tickets through the municipal speed camera program. That equals about 312 daily tickets, or 0.03% of all vehicle trips taken each day. Since the cameras were installed, the typical driver speed in school zones has dropped by an average of 15 kilometers per hour. We measure this using something called 85th percentile speed. 85th percentile speed is a common safety traffic metric. It represents the speed at or below which 85% of vehicles are traveling. So for example, if we measured the speeds of 100 cars and then ranked them from the lowest to the fastest, the speed of the 85th vehicle is the 85th percentile speed. So in other words, 85% of drivers are at or below that speed and 15% are faster. Why do we use this method? It gives us a clear picture of how most drivers are actually behaving without being skewed by outlier speeds, high speeds such as emergency vehicles, or extreme stunt speeds. Table 3 in your report shows the 85th percentile for each school before and after the speed camera installation. And what we see is that the typical fast driver is now going slower, making school zones safer. Since launching in February, 84% of vehicle license plates that have received a ticket through the Regions program have only received 1 ticket. This indicates to us that most drivers are adjusting behaviors once ticketed, slowing down. Again, as directed by council, we are designing this program to follow provincial guidelines to be educational and not punitive. And I'm going to pass the next slide over to Kaylee.
Thanks, Teresa. I'll provide some key metrics from the Administrative Penalties Program. This is the administrative department that supports residents with submitting appeals and receiving payments. Our program is run by an internal team of screening officers and a program assistant. Our hearing officers have been appointed by council and conduct the final stage of the appeal process independently from our program. Of the 55,899 tickets issued that Teresa spoke to, the median cost of those tickets is $108.25. 73% of tickets issued have been paid, and of all tickets paid, 83% have been paid online and 7% have been paid over the phone. The self-service portal for online payments is easy to use, and it's great to see so many people using it. Appeals have been submitted for approximately 6% of all tickets issued, and of the 6% appealed, 1 in 16 of these have been canceled. The most common reasons for cancellation are financial hardship or on a compassionate basis. And now I'll send it back to Teresa.
So you heard Doug speak earlier to the fact that excessive speeding remains a concern. Here are some examples that underline what is happening across the region. These are some of the most egregious excessive speeding cases, but unfortunately they are not isolated incidents. You can see that these excessive speeds happen at any time of day, any day of the week, and across every city and township. For comparison, if caught by a police officer, speeds this high could result in a stunt driving charge under Ontario law. The penalties are severe and can include an immediate 30-day license suspension, 14-day vehicle impoundment at roadside, followed by fines of $2,000 to $10,000, 6 demerit points, and even the possibility of jail time up to 6 months. A conviction also leads to a 1 to 3 year license suspension for a first offense, escalating for repeat offenses, along with dramatically higher insurance rates. So again, a stunt driver charge would be if caught by a police officer. And just a reminder, under the provincial municipal speed camera program, administrative penalty is a fine amount only. As this is a preventative program that aims to lower driver speeds, these numbers remain a serious concern and show why consistent speed limits, regardless of time of day, and consistent enforcement are both critical. Next slide. On this slide, you'll see incidents of drivers going 40 kilometers an hour or more over the limit in a school zone. I think it's fair to say that staff were shocked to see the number of vehicles speeding through school zones, particularly during daytime hours of 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., which you'll see in blue on the chart. While we're optimistic driver behavior will continue to change as the program grows, this initial data makes clear that there are still significant challenges. Moving forward, we will continue to work with our partners, such as the Waterloo Regional Police Service, our area municipal partners to address problematic locations and ensure that school zones are safe for children and all residents. Next slide. Looking ahead, we have 11 schools that are receiving speed cameras throughout fall 2025. They are currently signed with municipal speed camera coming soon as per provincial guidelines. Residents will start to see these being installed over the next few weeks, and they will be enforced starting late September or early October. As a reminder, all current in use and planned speed camera sites are found on our website map. We will continue to issue media advisories, work with the media to let them know and the community know when new camera locations become active. We also send out direct mail to neighborhoods surrounding schools before enforcement begins, and some of that material was left on council's seat for your information. Next slide.
Council, we also have right now a back-to-school road safety campaign in market on digital and radio, again, encouraging drivers to slow down as more kids and families are making their way to school, after-school programs, or using the schoolyards on weekends. Our team is continuing to work with our partners in the cities and townships to evolve the program and build out the framework for the Road Safety Reserve. As a reminder, every dollar above operating cost is reinvested into road safety programs across the region. And with that, happy for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James and Commissioner Spooner and team. I think this report well outlines the need to maintain speed enforcement cameras. I'm just wondering, I thought there was going to be a delegation today to this effect, but there was not. But in any case, Council received correspondence stating that an owner of a company was struggling because of their drivers receiving demerit points. But in the report on page 161, I believe, it indicates that the speed cameras are fine-based only. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Great question, Councillor Hunick. So let's draw a distinction between an individually held driver's license in which there are demerit points and a business holding of a commercial vehicle operator's license. So that's the key difference. I'll walk you through it a bit more. The first one is that the CVOR program is administered exclusively by the MTO in the province. So we don't have the authority or ability to determine impacts on CVOR from automated speed enforcement. A bit more on CVOR. So you can commercial vehicle operator's registration. So it means a business is holding it rather than an individual. Good clarity. So a bit more on that program. You can think about it like a demerit point system that we all hold. However, it considers a number of factors. So it looks at fleet size of your commercial fleet. It looks at the type of operation, looks at historical safety performance, as well as industry averages. And effectively, that program looks to have safe activities in fleet maintenance, in operations. It has an escalation system from a warning letter all the way up to suspension and downgrade. Finally, Council, you should know, and it's important, that we also hold a CVOR held between myself on the bus side and Jennifer on our broader fleet. And so we're working on this challenge too. We've started with an increase in operator education. You know, we don't discipline bus drivers for being late, and we remind them of that. But we want to balance that with making sure that we are also paying attention in the areas where we're asking everybody to. There is an exemption for emergency response vehicles who are in the process of providing emergency response services. And that is because they are not subjected to speed limits, so that the speed camera becomes irrelevant. So again, this system, because it is tied to your plate, does not impact the demerit points or the insurance of an individual, but it absolutely does for a business because of that ongoing safety audit being done by the MTO.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Spooner. So just to clarify, if a commercial vehicle does not speed, the CVOR won't be affected, correct?
Through your chair, yes, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. While I fully support initiatives that improve road safety, I remain opposed to the current implementation of the municipal speed camera program. And I want to clarify, I have not had a ticket, unlike several councillors at this table. But anyway, The fact that the cameras operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, raises concerns about fairness and proportionality. And my first question would be, can we review the time speed cameras are used before the Premier steps in and gets rid of all our cameras? And secondly, the fines, which are doubled, are unaffordable for many residents. Over 27% of tickets remain unpaid in a time of increased financial pressure. And while it's not our intention to be punitive, it is perceived by many that we are. And my other concern is about the appeal process, where very few of the over 2,000 people seeking appeal actually speak to a real person. And I was hoping that we could try to make our appeal system have greater opportunities for people to contest their ticket with a real person. I think that's one of the things I'm hearing from the public, is that whatever the reason they were speeding, or whatever the options they are offered don't seem to fit, or they talk about in the old system where it was a police officer that pulled them over, they had a chance to talk it out and contest it there, or if they went to court, it was with a judge. So they're sort of missing that personal touch. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Wolf, thank you for the questions. I'll answer them 1, 2, 3. So in terms of reviewing times of day, we do not, as a team, have an ability to predict when community facilities are busy. I've shared with this council before, you can rent under both the Public and Catholic School Board any of these facilities until 10:30 p.m. We know that they're used as community gathering spaces. We know that there are kids camps in summers. And so if directed, we will do. I won't make that recommendation. In terms of affordability, absolutely. Working on behalf of 700,000 people, I appreciate that is a big impact. You see the average ticket of $108. I'm very encouraged by the fact that 85% of plates are only seeing that single ticket. I hope that's pointing to, I get one, I've learned my lesson, and I'm now aware, and I slow down. We'll track that over time. And finally, in terms of appeal, I'm happy to take a look at it. I don't know how much flexibility we have in there. I'd want to study the cost impacts of kind of having an appeal system now that it's quite automated to moving to an in-person, and also understand a bit of what we would anticipate in terms of a changing, I'll call it rate of success for our residents. So happy to take that one away and have a look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much to all the staff for preparing this document, and it's good to get some data back from the first year of this program. One thing I just had on the particular slide that noted 1 in 16 of the appealed charges roughly got waived, their fine waived, and the justification was mainly due to financial constraints and pressures. I guess I really struggle with that, because either you were speeding and you broke the law and you have to pay the fine, or you weren't, so you didn't get a fine. Like it's not everybody's getting this charge for using the road. It's if you get the ticket. I'm just wondering if we can speak to that. It's not that I don't want to be compassionate, but I almost feel on the opposite end then that could be wealthy people saying, oh, well, the fine for getting to go fast, I'll just pay the fee for it. Like, I feel it's the same mentality, just the opposite spectrum.
Yeah, Councillor Salonen, it's a great question. The best example I can think about that we've seen in other jurisdictions is there, and not in Ontario, there are a few that do fines based on income. And so a high income earner would have a higher ticket based on the speed threshold they were traveling. We obviously don't have that here. I believe the team's making great efforts based on ability to pay. So it's really for those in a low income bracket who, this would be a groceries versus paying a ticket decision. So that's the intent of that. Happy to revisit if we'd like to try and standardize that. I don't know if we have the ability. Is that a provincial decision, or do we hold that decision on ability to pay? We do. Okay, happy to review.
Thanks. And my other question as well, I guess, is this is one of the main things, just traffic is what I hear complaints about, and I get complaints about the speed camera program. A lot of it is not that we have the program, it's that a lot of the general public don't understand en masse that due to the province, we can't put speed cameras on our roads, where certainly in the townships we see that more higher risk driving, although I was a bit alarmed by the 174 kilometers an hour in downtown New Dundee. But I guess, could you just speak to why it has to be in school zones and that limitation? Because again, I have a lot of people just say, don't put it on that road, put it somewhere where speeding is more prominently happening, I guess.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Sound, great question. I will tell you, we've seen a significant shift in the last few weeks. The team tells me about half of the inquiries we get now are asking for additional speed cameras. So we do have 2 applications that are available to us. Right now, we're working on school zones. You have also approved, I'm forgetting when it was, I think it was late last year, community safety zone, kind of a scoring and point system to recognize community centers, seniors residents, and other kind of key community features in which we could implement. You know, we've got a lot of other safety programming coming. You're aware of the roundabout pilot that is starting up now. We've got a plan this fall. Councillor Shantz, of interest to you. The first of the township traffic calming programs will go out. So those are the signs. We'll back down the signs coming into settlement areas. So you'll go 50 earlier, and then we'll have a reminder sign that will give you the speed you're traveling, happy face, frowny face, that kind of thing. And we know those behavioral interventions are effective as well. So this isn't our only safety program. This is the thing I'm most excited about is we will have money in the Road Safety Reserve in 2026, and we'll be able to accelerate some of these programs. So I appreciate that these are a good tool and people are interested in the tool. They're the right tool in some places and not everywhere, but we do have other tools, so we'll start to use those as well. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks very much, and thanks for this update. I think it's really useful, and it is shocking to see the amount of stunt driving, and that's only being captured in a very small areas where the speed cameras are. So you can imagine what it's like, you know, more broadly across the community, and to think that people are driving at those speeds where there's schools is just, I mean, it makes me angry, quite frankly, that that's how disrespectful or disregarding people are of who may be walking through that area at whatever time of day it is. And some of these have been through the day. And we know that kids, as you just said, Commissioner Spooner, you know, people are using these facilities at all times of the day. So, but it is also helpful to have these numbers because we all know, we get the calls from our residents that speeding is the #1 thing for years and years and years consistently that we hear about, and that residents talk to us about, and a reason why people don't feel that it's safe to let their children, you know, walk to school, bike to school, go see their friend, go to work, etc. with a, you know, and so they have to resort to driving. So these numbers give us a snapshot. Again, it's only from only 17 cameras across different municipalities. It's it's astounding, really. So my questions, though, are, so 2 million, there's been 2 million speeding incidences, but only 56,000 tickets issued. Why do we issue so few then? When you look at the numbers that way, why is it so few?
I'll start with a quick joke, Councillor McCabe, through you, Chair. That's because we don't run a cash grab program. You know, the real answer is there's 2 parts to it. So there is obviously a threshold. Council is aware there's a threshold. That threshold is not public because I don't want to reset the speed limit, but there are some instances of speeding that are within a threshold that has been allowed in this program. The second is that we sometimes do have challenges with photo quality as the vehicle passes, vehicles blocking, so there are some like that. But the real reason is we're trying to implement this in a respectful way in which we build community support while we put in these cameras. And so, you know, had we issued 2 million tickets across 6 months, I think we would all consider that unpalatable. And so we're trying to implement this in a way where we are absolutely targeting the right areas with the right safety implementation, but we're doing it in a way that ramps up slowly as people build awareness.
Thanks for that explanation. It's helpful, and I hope that for, you know, people around the horseshoe, but also people in the broader community who are using terms like nanny state, this is the nanny state, and this is a cash grab. I hope they look at these numbers and realize this is absolutely not. This is about the safety of our most vulnerable, including little kids to older adults and everyone in between. So I'd really, you know, ask everyone to just mind what kind of language they're using, because these numbers clearly show that that is absolutely not what the purpose of this program is. My other question is, while I appreciate that there are 4 Waterloo students were in the initial rollout, is that why there's none in the next installations and the next rollout? Because there certainly are some residents contacting me to ask me for specific areas where they would like to see these.
Through the chair, Councillor McCabe, there are plans. We're working with the City of Waterloo through this list of schools. There are plans in the works for more City of Waterloo speed cameras. Likely in 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. These are really good, Mr. Spooner. How is the public going to see these? One of the things, and Councillor Wolf mentioned this, is right on it, it has talk to a real person 24/7 in multiple languages. So I think that's great. So how do we make sure the public sees these?
Through your chair, great question, Councillor Foxton. So there are 2 items in front of you. One of them, the postcard style, is a mailer that goes out. You'll remember we have a waiting period. The sign says coming soon. We post the camera location, and we actually distribute those as a mailer to the local neighborhood so people know that the camera is coming. The second one that details how the payment goes in terms of what comes to the region and what the provincial components are, that's actually included in the penalty order when someone is issued a ticket. That comes in the inbox. As you've rightly stated, you can talk to a person at the region of Waterloo. They might not be the person who considers the challenge to that ticket, but you can talk to them. We've got translation services on there. So for those who can't use the online form or wish to do it in person, you can do that by phone. So we do have options. You can get a person. That's just not likely the screening officer.
So if you put this into the mail for people, but a lot of people have opted out of flyers. So that, will this be discarded and they won't get it?
That's a good question. Teresa?
So the first mailer that goes to the neighborhood, that's the mailer, that may be the case. So if you have like no flyers, you may not get it. It is delivered by Canada Post. So it's not a flyer, it's actually addressed mail that we're paying for. The second piece goes in the penalty order. So if you were to receive a ticket, you are getting that in the same envelope. So you would receive the penalty order. It's coming out from the region of Waterloo in an envelope, so that wouldn't be a flyer for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair James, and thank you to staff for the report and for the information. It's I think the direction that council gave is exactly what staff is implementing, and so no issues or concerns with that. However, it won't surprise my council colleagues that, like some of our other colleagues, I continue to be concerned about this system and this approach, and that continues to be the case. I am alarmed by the number of people who are stunt driving. And what my concern is, and this exactly is part of the issue, is when people are stunt driving and a police officer stops them, we have all of those other issues and fines that Ms. Mender talked about. When people are also speeding significantly, they usually have a conversation with a police officer, and that often ends up being a very educational experience for most drivers. Now, that doesn't happen, and the most egregious ones are the ones who, in fact, are stunt driving anywhere in the community, and I would argue that probably we're going to see some of these people continue to stunt drive, because it simply is a monetary penalty without the bigger issues, and so I'm just wondering, what staff's take is on that, and how we address that. If we're seeing extensive stunt driving in areas, how are we aligning that with enforcement from Waterloo Regional Police, as an example?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Verbanovich, great question. So as you know, we deliver this program in partnership with WRPS, so this becomes a big next step for us in terms of that discussion. Look, I think you're right. A very stern conversation with the police officer, car impounded, insurance rate go up, even days in jail, pretty impactful to somebody's life. We had an instance of 173 and a 40. I think that ticket was well over $2,000. So for some, that is a similar level of impact, but for some, as you rightly stated, it would not be. So it's a follow-up conversation that our team needs to have with WRPS. As I've shared with council before, largely related to truck bans, I can generally call in what I would call a blitz. I do not get to direct WRPS resources, so we simply identify the locations and ask that they pay a little bit of extra attention in terms of their work on road safety and traffic. So we'll do that as a follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Just along that, I mean, I would be interested in some point, maybe this is a question I'll have for Chief Crowell. It'll be interesting to see what their overall enforcement numbers and numbers of tickets are like. As these goes up, do we see those go down? And what is the impact on crime in our community? Because often when there is a enforcement that happens, they end up getting drunk drivers, they end up finding drugs in the car, and other things happen. And so if maybe actually helping ourselves on one front and hurting ourselves on another, and that actually is where we start getting a lot of feedback from the community. And I'll just read a little bit of one email that all of us got earlier today. And it's, it reads from a resident: I'm writing to voice my strong opposition to the region's speed camera program. This program is not about public safety, it's about revenue. Attempting to label it otherwise insults the intelligence of residents. Since its inception, the program has generated millions in fines, punishing otherwise responsible drivers for marginal infractions and disproportionate, erodes public trust and makes the region appear more focused on balancing budgets and protecting people. And this is where it becomes concern for me. Meanwhile, Waterloo region residents face much greater threats to safety: robberies, property crime, impaired driving, weapons, and the devastating effects of drug use. These issues demand real attention and real resources. Instead, council has chosen to prioritize mailing $100 tickets to drivers barely over the limit. And I just think that collectively, as we look at this issue, we need to consider the impact that our steps have in terms of people's trust in the rule of law and the fundamental basis upon which our system is built. The last point I'll make is, we just saw today, and I believe the overall number was, I'm just trying to confirm it, was 16 Toronto speed cameras were damaged overnight. One of them for the 7th or 8th time. Mr. Spooner, maybe you can talk about, what we're experiencing. So my last two questions are: A, what are we experiencing in terms of damages? And the second question, just going back to the data and the questions that Councillor McCabe was asking about, as we look at that data, how, I guess, when we go from 2 million, what should have been tickets, to only 55,000, the other thing that we hear from people, in addition to the kind of email I read earlier, is the lack of transparency around, who makes those decisions? How do we get from 55,000 to 2 million? And I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Urbanovic, thank you again. Great question. So in terms of speed camera vandalism, the first key point is that the region pays a daily lease rate on these cameras, provided the camera is functional. And so if the camera is not functional for whatever reason, you are not hurting the region of Waterloo, you are actually hurting our private contractor, who then needs to get there quickly, get it up and running, and calibrate it again. Very low instances compared to what we're seeing in the city of Toronto. I think they're seeing the most. There's some in the UK who are seeing more, but we're generally seeing across the 17 cameras very little instances of vandalism. In terms of getting from 2 million to 55,000 tickets, tickets. Again, really 3 key areas on that one. The first is that there is a threshold. Again, we're not sharing that. The second is that in some cases the camera does not capture the correct, direction of the plate, or there's something blocking, or there's something there. And then finally is, I think that's the 2. Those are the major 2 that are moving us from 2 million down to 255,000.
Hey, thank you. And I guess I would just say, I would be quite interested in seeing us be more transparent in terms of that data, in terms of the thresholds and so on. People are speculating on it based on, lived experience in Facebook chat groups. There's rarely a neighborhood group that has a chat group that isn't talking about it. And I would certainly prefer to see us be more transparent on that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, a couple of questions about the Road Safety Reserve. I think it's an important part of the puzzle that is not visible to the community yet. It's a few words, and we might know what it is, but it's still a bit of a nebulous thing. And I think while I support the program, I can be sympathetic to the perhaps how we design roads to go 80, 90 or faster, and so asking someone to go 40 is an uncomfortable feeling versus driving on, say, a city road or something like that that feels better to go slower on. So while I don't support people sort of contorting ways that they should be allowed to speed, I am sympathetic to the condition in which they're driving, and that's the point of the Road Safety Reserve. And so I guess I have 2 questions. The first is, when do you think we can get an update on the Road Safety Reserve? And the second part of that is there an opportunity in that to accelerate some of the projects in some of the more egregious areas or some of the more unique areas? I think of Sandhills Public School here in Kitchener, which is basically almost a rural road that doesn't feel great to go that slow on. And so are there areas that we can accelerate sooner than later, whether or not the Road Safety Reserve itself is actually established, to show the causal link between what we're talking about and through the ASE program and what the Road Safety Reserve is? And so again, there's probably a bunch of different mechanisms for us to achieve that from a funding perspective, but I think everything that we've talked about in terms of benefit back to the community it has not yet been visible, and I think there's such an important story there that we can tell. And at the end of the day, when people say, "Oh, they're on all day," or all days of the week, overnight, or whatever, I think the key part of it is, or I never see kids out. Well, there's a part of it is that. Would you allow your kid to cross that regional road? Are you going to allow your kid to go play near that regional road? And the answer probably is no right now. And so how can we start bringing this back to life and show the outcome and get there sooner than we're at right now? I think that'll help. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Rodriguez, a few great points here. And okay, so reminder, Road Safety Reserve. So all fine monies collected above operating costs go into the Road Safety Reserve. It is a capital reserve, and as I've just shared with you, we plan to have money in there to begin dispersing in 2026. When you are going to see it next, currently in plan, is November or December cycle of council this year. A reminder that we are working on a revenue sharing component with our area municipal partners, because again, this is about road safety outcomes regardless of road authority. And so if there is an issue on a City of Cambridge road, we should address that. It doesn't matter who owns it, we go and address it. In terms of what we are going to spend it on, so again, kind of 3 broad categories of road safety. Behavioral is the first one. That's largely signage and reminders, enforcement, of which this program is part, and the ultimate is design of the roads. And so we'll make interventions like township traffic calming, like roundabout pilots. We'll explore new ones with our area municipal partners. You may see similar implementations to what we have out there on municipal roads today. But again, it's really about quickly turning those fine monies back into road safety improvements across the entire region. So we're excited to start doing that in 2026.
No, that's a great update, and I think I'd encourage us to find those quick win opportunities that might be fairly low cost that are but visible, and to accelerate them as much as we can while we figure out maybe some of the more expensive pieces of the puzzle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A couple of things. I just based on some comments that have been made, I think for the Waterloo Region Police to have to spend time sitting on all our roads to catch speeders is a misuse of their time and their skill set and what we really need them to do to fight crime in the community. So I think that this is a really good program to help change, and I include myself in this, to change how we drive and to pay attention. And I think the fact that it's outside of the region as well is really going to be helpful. So I think it's a really good program, and thank you for the report. You talked about rural speed and signs with flashy faces, and one of the things I was going to catch you later on was that rural strategy. Can you tell me when that will be coming forward? Because I've had questions.
Yeah, so we've got 3 remaining kind of policy report backs to come. So one is the road safety reserve, as I've shared, November, December. The second one is a rural strategy. I'll plan to share that on the same timeline. And the third, if I'm remembering correctly, was the execution of the MOU with all of our municipal partners, just to say that we've executed and here's what's in it. So, hopefully by the end of the year, we've got all those 3 in front of you and we've had a look at them. So.
Will the rural strategy be started to implement this fall, or is that for a later time? Do you know?
Yeah, so let's draw the request you had made for a rural speed camera strategy away from the township traffic calming. So that we had actually started earlier on township traffic calming. When I got into the role, one of the first things I heard, and WRPS confirmed, is people travel really fast on our township roads, including through settlement areas, which is our major area of concern. And so our plan was to start there already. We'll obviously be able to now accelerate it with more capital dollars and try. But it was really important to our team that we got out there this fall, winter with the starting of that program. And then we can monitor its effectiveness because, again, it's a pretty low cost behavioral tool that if it can be effective in those areas. So that will happen regardless of our discussion about the rural speed camera strategy.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited for it. And just to tag on to what Councillor Rodriguez said, would you allow your child to cross the regional road or play on a regional road? For our settlements, that regional road is their main street and, the center of their world. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thanks, Chair James, and thanks for this report and for the work that you're doing to implement this program, which I fully support. If I would have known that we were into reading emails from constituents, I would have brought my copy of the KW Record this morning, where there was a letter to the editor from a resident extolling the virtues of the speed cameras and how much safer they were making their neighborhood. My question is related to the Road Safety Reserve. So all the funds that are going in there after expenses are going into road improvements. If, as some people with glee are suggesting that the Premier may cancel this program, which I think is very, very disappointing and discouraging, we wouldn't have this reserve, correct? And so the money that's in this reserve is non-levy funding, as I understand it, correct?
Through your chair, it is not.
It's not.
It is not,
and
yeah.
So any work that we would want to do then on road improvements would have to be charged against the levy. And so not only are we slowing down the speeding in the community, we're creating a revenue source that is non-levy funded. And if this gets canceled, we're going to have to revert back to charging the taxpayers for something for an issue that they're causing. And so to me, this is just not making any sense that we would try and get rid of something that's making our community much safer.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
I thought it was going to be a final word or a comment, but I'll give that back to Chair Redmond. But I was just going to say, in discussing this issue, many of us have talked about accelerating the plan, and I just want to remind us not to speed.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you. I went in and came out. There's been lots of really good discussion. I think it's easy to conflate whether it's a jurisdiction of which road, whether it's a local road or regional road or an MTO. It's easy to conflate that we have jurisdiction to a point in the region of Waterloo, and it may vary to how other areas apply their speed cameras. One of the things that Councillor Erb said made me come back in, and that's there is speculation that the Premier is speculating on how effective these are, and I just want to reiterate, or I guess I'm looking to you to reiterate that these cameras are on contract, right? So if we weren't to continue on this program, I'm assuming there would be a cost to that. And I really liked how Councillor Erb sort of depicted the fact that this is a bit of a virtuous circle, because we want people to stop speeding. You've got the statistics that they are now slowing down, and the money that is gathered by people who do get tickets goes toward traffic calming. So I think that circle is really positive. But if this was to be canceled by the Premier province-wide, and I know Councillor James already put forward a motion that this council supported, asking for consistency with application. Would there be a cost to us if the province decided that they were no longer going to support speed cameras?
Through you, Chair. So again, yes, the cameras are on a daily lease rate. We are in a contractual term. There would be some cancellation costs from that. I think my larger concern would be about the reallocation of our staff. We've got a great team who are working on this, some in the room today. So that would be my broader concern, is about reallocating those staff to other programs. But yeah, again, we're looking today at comments from the Premier. I appreciate the roles of elected officials, as you know, but I don't have to respond to them. And so we will respond to any regulatory changes or legislative changes that come through, and there are none that we are aware of now. So for now, you've directed us to run a program focused on school zones, and the province is allowing that under the regulation, and so we'll continue to do that until a point that it changes.
And can you reiterate, those are fairly recent regulations, aren't they?
I'm going to look to Teresa. I actually think they're in the middle of being updated right now.
So with Bill 34, the Budget Measures Act that the province brought forward in June, received royal assent in June 2025. We do anticipate regulatory changes this fall, and we are tracking those for what may look like strengthening the program, and we believe the region is aligned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, that is it for our regular agenda. For information, there's the council committee tracking list that's received. There's correspondence regarding the speed ASE program, as well as additional correspondence that was received today. Seeing that, is there any other business? I do have a question for Commissioner Spooner. I just want to acknowledge that there was a tragic passing on Huron Road late last week, I believe. And I've heard from a number of community members and staff at other municipalities just around the speed limits, in particular on Huron Road. I'm just wondering if you could provide, how speed limits are set and how they are adjusted, because I think that would be good for public awareness and to have some context around this.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, really challenging few weeks on our regional roadways, and again, in that instance under City of Kitchener jurisdiction. But as I shared with you a few minutes ago, it really doesn't matter. Ourselves and our area municipal partners are focused on no instances. So the first place that speed limits come from is the Highway Traffic Act, the HTA. That gives you some kind of general guidance: 100 on a provincial highway, 80 on a provincial road, and 50 within a municipality. And obviously, that's not where we are. Under that HTA Section 128, it it allows us to pass bylaws to set lower or higher limits based on our interpretation. And so in that way, our lead engineer looks at a number of factors, the major one being 85th percentile speed, Teresa shared with you earlier. Also road classification, traffic volumes, geometry, collision history, a number of, and then makes that recommendation that we then pass into bylaws. There is also, for each municipality, an overarching speed bylaw. And so in the city of Kitchener, for instance, that is if you don't know what the speed is 40 kilometers an hour until you see a sign that tells you. And each of our municipal partners has that. So we are going to look at, council, in October, our road design guidelines that will actually reduce the number of road classifications we have and suggest the future of design of those types of roadways. So I think in that discussion, we could talk speed limits, but it is important to note again, province kind of sets a high level. Each of our municipalities sets kind of a baseline, and then we adjust that based on road condition. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so our next meeting is October 7th. And I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Gowing, Councillor Salonen, you'll now be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, that is carried, and we are adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.